my camera off. They cut my live off on me. They cut my camera off on me when I cut my live on and go to sleep. They cut it off. Is that crazy? Nigga, they don't even. They come in my house and cut my live off. That's crazy. Why are you getting in my house though? What is the problem? So how are they getting in my house? It's crazy, ain't it? How are they cutting off the camera though? How are they doing it? Strange, ain't it? Well, they keep cutting my camera off, and it don't even work. Man, I wish I could sleep, man. I wish nobody get in my house and mess with me and bother my stuff. And it's pretty amazing how somebody cut my camera off.
man, sit there and let Big U and them push his brother off the yard. He went over there and joined their team. Stupid. Hey man, look what's going on. I'm gonna tell y'all what's going on, man. I've been getting some news. Um, they've been like dudes raid different spots and different hoods, and what they're doing is it can be a pack of dudes and they can find 5 or 6 guns and don't take nobody to jail, right? So what they do is they take all the information down, take all the IDs down and stuff like that, and then they just take all the weapons and they leave. Do you guys know what's gonna come after that? Man, it's gonna be so many Ricos. There's gonna be so many dudes indicted. I give it to, let me see, what is this? By the summer, we're gonna be so many dudes, man, up in that MDC. It's probably gonna be a damn gang war up in there, man. Everybody gonna be up in there, gonna be all type of sets, all type of dudes up in there, man, caught up behind all type of stuff, man, because they raiding everything. They catching dudes and letting them go, man. I heard one brother from the 40s, he got caught up. They caught a lot of dope on him and guns, and they let it go. He went over to one of his partner's house over there in the A-Trade Gangsters. He just went to go visit, and they raided his house around about like 9 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock at night. Man, this stuff is getting tricky, man, out here. You think that big Rico gonna be would be James Press with the mob ties? He might be. Ain't no telling. Man, ain't no telling, man. If Big U is connected to Jay Press, like they say, man, ain't no telling, man, what's gonna go on, man. I know that he did an in-camera hearing on his financial crimes. So when he did the in-camera hearing, he went up in there and gave like 3 declarations, and they have him on shield. I'm just so curious of what it says, So I don't know what in particular what type of route he's trying to take and stuff like that. But the prosecutor said he has to have all his ducks in a row if they're going to consider anything. Yeah, just let me know, bro. They could do it. Just let me know, bro. Just get at me and hit me up, man, and I'll make the time. I'll be somewhere parked up. We can do it. You say you Big Q first cousin, little Dopey. You from Lanes? They did used to stay over there a lot. You remember I used to go over there with him to the Lanes a lot. Yeah, I used to go over there with that brother a lot over there in the Lanes. So what's going on with the people, man? I haven't been on here in a long time. So what's going on with the people? You know, there's a lot of stuff going on in these YouTube streets. There's a lot of stuff going on in the urban city. There's a lot of stuff going on over there in Mexico. But one thing about Mexico, them dudes over there, the cartels ain't playing no game. Did y'all see that they led the federal police into in a landmine today? That was crazy. Now them dudes over there banging. That's what they doing. I think Rose can tell you about that 300 kilo demonstration. He was around at that time. So, I think Rose can expound more on that because I wasn't around him. I think that happened. When did that happen? 2009, 2008, 2006. I don't know what year that happened. What's going on, Lonzo? What's up, brother? Lonzo Gray? You found a new team yet? Man, all I did was just drink some water. Man. I gotta eat something. Man. That's all day.
Man, somebody keep getting in my house. I don't know how they doing it.
Chucky turned himself in, bro. They told on Chucky.
I don't know how they doing it. They keep cutting my little camera off on me when I go to sleep.
I don't believe that for one second. was gone for 18 years, and I seen on his screen that I seen the years that he had beside the cases. And I was like, that can't be me because shit, I wasn't even nowhere around. I was sitting in the Nah, he wasn't with him, hey Rosé, he wasn't with him, but he said on his interview that the dude came and took the case off them and turned himself in and got a lifetime sentence. That's too far fetched. Yeah, baby, you can't trust a dude like that, man. Literally, you can't. He got a forked tongue, man. You can't trust that dude, man. That dude don't know nothing, man. He over there. This is what everybody needs to understand, man. Look, the federal government already put out a narrative on Big U, right? Saying that he's a criminal, he's an enforcer, he's a murderer, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then when you have dudes up there, talking about what Big U did this to that person, Big U did that to that person. They don't do that but solidify what the federal government is talking about. I think that's so stupid. It's unbelievable, bro. I think that's the dumbest thing them dudes can do. But that's what they do. This is why I'll be telling brothers, man, to get them, that paperwork, because if they can read paperwork, they can see how the federal government is laying everything out, on everybody, and this is their protocol they're gonna use on everybody, bro. Let's say for instance, let's go back over there. Big U is a tree, right? And then you have branches. Other dudes are branches. So say for instance, we're gonna use K-Dog, Lil K-Dog as an example. Lil K-Dog's phone was hot, right? And we all know Lil K-Dog be out here doing whatever he's doing, right? So if Lil K-Dog phone is hot and he's talking to somebody else, then they say something stupid, their phone become hot. Now you got a gang of dudes' phones that start coming hot. And what they're doing is, bro, they finna put something together, all the way together. They're not even finished yet, bro. They only did one superseding indictment, right? And there's no telling if it's gonna be a second, third, fourth, fifth, or new indictments coming down the pipeline because they investigating other individuals. So a lot of dudes don't understand that, man. They think they all right just because they're not caught up and they're not in jail or something like that. But if you've been talking on that phone, you making any type of deals, if you doing anything like that, you're in trouble. Say K-Dog working on Big E. He's working on somebody. I don't know who that dude working on, man, but it doesn't take a rocket science out. It's like when you read the paperwork, this will blow you away. When you read the paperwork, right? You got dudes that was targeted in the beginning of the investigation. They're not in jail. So either they got away with it. They can't tell me they didn't get approached, man. Because the federal government, if they feel that you're doing something suspicious, they're gonna approach you. They don't approach you with the rah-rah, they don't approach you with the toughness or nothing like that. They just gradually come up on you and they're gonna approach you and they're gonna ask you some questions and stuff like that. But when they come get you, they already got you, So it's unbelievable how dudes from that section I used to be from, not all them brothers, I'm not gonna say all them brothers because I'd be lying if I said all them brothers, man, because I'm gonna say 5% of them brothers over there are mad because Big U dropped the ball. He dropped the ball on his highest level, bro. And like I said, I never ever seen nothing like this. I never seen nobody on that jack, on that phone, talk so reckless like that. I never seen that. I don't care what nobody say, bro. That's something, man. I think that's the most elementary thing you can do. You know, just talking on the phone, put your families in harm's way, you put your homies in harm's way. Everybody else is scared of you. Dude, you got everybody around you scared of you. So They being scared of you, and then the federal government tell them that they're gonna give them 20, 30 years, and they're gonna be like, no, 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 no. It's just like in the paperwork. Um, they said Monty. Let's take Monty for example. For example, Monty and Tiffany Hines. They said that they're gonna introduce Monty and Tiffany Hines' statement where they sat down with the LAPD and the FBI, and they're going to introduce evidence from their phones. So now, if if the prosecutor don't have no evidence in the interview, why are they introducing the interview? So I'm just saying, man, it's like it doesn't take a rocket science that people went up in there and start talking. But these are two women. So me personally, I don't blame the women for telling, because that's what women do, bro. Some dudes maybe say different, but me, in my logic, you cannot pressure on women, especially if they have kids, family, elderly parents, and all that type of stuff. These women are not gonna take no case from no grown ass man. And it's like I said, it's like everybody's in trouble behind Big Q's phone because Monty is in there, but she's just dealing with the women. Normal shit, normal hood type shit. You want my homegirl to come and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But you know how these girls do now. They you got to pay my homegirl, and you got to do this, do that. So that's a form of prostitution. Now, if I say for instance, if she gets would have said, you want to pay my homegirl,
These niggas straight trying to tell them.
my homegirl, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, it wouldn't have been no trafficking. But once the money came involved, it became trafficking. Once how girls be like, money, he got some money, how much he gonna give me? Y'all know how that stuff goes, man. Classic ghetto fabulous type stuff, so that's how that stuff be going, so I don't know what's gonna basically, I don't see her getting a lot of time. I really don't. I don't see Tiffany Hines getting a lot of time. I really don't see Bear Claw getting a lot of time because I don't know what Bear Claw gonna do. I don't know if they gonna get a lot of time. But I just don't see a lot of them getting a lot of time if they already corroborate. Because one thing for sure, two things for certain, you do not get no sticking your bond on the RICO. Because the RICO carry life, 30 years, 20 years, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So you have to understand, man, that, come on, Bear Claw has a criminal history. Loose Cannon, he's so dumb that I think if he never did that no jumper type situation without here, whooping and stuff, he probably wouldn't even be up in there. I don't know. I'm just saying. So it's just a lot to digest when you're dealing with this case. And I've been reading it, and I just shake my head because I know that, me and Rose, we know this brother, man, and it's like, man, we never ever put him on to the point where we let him call no plays. If you guys understand what I'm saying, we was always the ones that put the stuff together. We never let him put nothing together, but we did break him because we knew that if something would have happened, we knew his ability. We're gonna all get up out of there together. You understand? We knew each other's ability to get somewhere if something goes to the left, but you can tell that he never had no check and balance in his structure. He had a bunch of yes men around. He had a bunch of paperwork on all his dudes, all his crews and stuff like that. And when he was out there getting some serious money, he was sending them these type of dudes to get the money. They don't know how to follow instructions. It's just so much, man. I just can't believe it, man. I just can't believe it. But on another note, like I said in one of my videos, the prosecutor saying he was getting serious money through the wire. He was getting like 100 racks here, 50, 20, 15, 10 here, 10 here, stuff like that. But on the extortion, probably was getting like 20 to 30 racks a month. You guys understand what I'm saying? So he probably was getting that. Because just the extortion alone, the count of the extortion, that carried almost like 200 years. It's like 5 years for each overact dealing with the extortion. So he was been taking money, I believe, since uh 2000, 2023, no, 2022, all the way to 2025. The man was taking money all the way up to a week before he got arrested. You know, so that's just what that is. That right there, each count carry like 5 years. So if they want to stack a count 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, you're cooked in that aspect. And then when you're dealing with the 187, rest in peace, Rayshawn Williams, you know, may Allah have me pleased with that brother's soul. And when you're dealing with that, you have like 133 overacts up in there dealing with the murder. They breaks it down from when he left. This is what they're saying. When he left, him and Bay, when they left, went over to Vegas, went to the studio, looking for him, went to Airbnb, turning his phones off, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They got all that laid up in there. They have everything that he was doing, every overact laid out inside that superseded indictment. They have pictures of the murder scene. They have pictures of where the man's body was found at, and all that type of stuff. You know, they have conversations. He's on the phone. He's talking about Nip. You can tell he had hatred for Nip. You know what I'm saying? And you know, when we was kids, there was a brother over there named Lil Mom, right? There was a brother over there named Lil Mom. And Lil Mom, let me tell y'all about Lil Mom. Lil Mom was like a glue to the neighborhood in our era at that particular time, right? You know, like how these youngsters had Nip, we had Lil Mom. Lil Mom is the one who brought Slim around, Big D him around, up there, even Big U around. But he never just do Big U. It's like he was so jealous of Mom. It was unbelievable. If you ever go back and look at any one of his interviews, you would never ever see him mention Lil Mom at all. Period. And Lil Mom was somebody. Hey, what it do, Ghost? So it's like so many brothers, man, and so many things that transpired in that section. Now it's like that section is like at peace right now. If you guys understand what I'm saying, it's like even though it's a dark cloud over it to me, I think the dark cloud over the whole gang culture in Los Angeles. But there was a dark cloud over there. But I believe, you know, majority of them dudes at ease with themselves. You know, they're not looking, they looking over their shoulder, where they got to answer to nobody. They just don't even come around no more, like his little flunkies and stuff like that, because they're nobody without him. You know, he did protect a lot of them, you know, the F troops. You know, so a lot of them dudes just don't come around there no more, man. They don't want to come around no more. They don't want to go there and deal with them brothers. You know, you have a crew of dudes that's over there. They on drugs. They be in the hood every day. They banging. And if you over there, if you're not a part of their crew and they think you a buster or something like that, they gonna, you know, if you guys understand what I'm saying. So I think a lot of them brothers that ease over there, man, it's just not really political politics or like that. Even though personally, I think and understand that gang culture is decaying, and you don't have a lot of that bullcrap going on right now. You said, why is Rajay scared of Little Devil? He ain't scared of, what are you talking about? Little Devil, Little F-O, Snoop. Oh, come on, man, get out of here, bro. Right. You're right. He been a dark, right. He been a dark child over there since Tyrone died, bro. You're absolutely right, bro. You know, and if you don't know who Tyrone is Big brother, man. That's where the A-Trade gangster in the '60s war started at. Dealing with Tyrone, and basically everything been going backwards, man, because it's a lot of bloodshed that happened over there. A lot of brothers died over there at the hands of the enemy, and vice versa. And then you had a lot of brothers that died over there at the hands of their own. When I was around there, we didn't have it was to the point where it was violence going on. But however, I don't know where they came up with that. I would never agree with that. You ain't no real one, you kill one. I don't know where they got that from. Because in our era, we never had that, Because it's like me, it's like if you a person and you join this particular type of community,
Well, it looked like my camera's still working.
look over your shoulder.
As long as I'm up.
That's what you're telling me. So I don't believe in that concept, even though in every section, every hood, stuff like that goes on. Whatever you guys see on the dealing with that Crenshaw area, Crenshaw district, it goes on in every section, from here, from California, all the way to Alaska. So don't let nobody, just because you see a couple of dudes from the Crenshaw district on the internet or something like that, it doesn't mean that it doesn't go on in every section, because it does. This dude said Big Q's all our leaders. If you say so, bro, you're right. I don't care. I mean, it's our best deal ever.
Well-qualified buyers can get 3.9% financing for 60 months on all 2026 Equinox models, plus no monthly payments for 90 days.
Yeah, I know Big Brick personally, bro. That's where I got a lot of my history from when I first met him. Right. You're right, bro. The brother said envy and jealousy don't have no boundaries, any boundaries. You're right. It's like this, bro. It's like this in every section, man. It's like this, bro. If you out there, you grinding, you find a niche, and you start getting paid, and you start getting some bread, my advice is to anybody that becomes famous or start getting some serious money is to move away from your section. And the reason being is because dudes gonna start getting jealous, dudes gonna start getting envy, and dudes gonna start plotting on you. And I don't care where you from, because if you put yourself in a position to get backdoor, you're gonna get backdoor, bro, because dudes is gonna be plotting on you, dudes gonna be lying, waiting on you, dudes gonna be doing all that type of stuff. So I don't care if you got a six-figure job and you got a good job, I encourage you to get away from that. Don't tell these dudes what kind of job you have. Don't tell these dudes how much money you're making. Don't tell these dudes nothing. If you got a bucket, go around there in a bucket. If you got just let them dudes, keep them dudes off guard. You got to keep these dudes off guard, because if they sense that you having a little something, and they gonna follow you. But the 9 times out of 10, with the ghetto fabulous mentality of the culture, of the gang culture, or the criminal element culture, what's gonna happen is, man, the first thing dudes come up on some money, they start going buying jewelry. They get a brand new car. They don't even have a house. You know what I'm saying? They baby mamas is staying up in there in a one-bedroom, and she got 3, 4 kids, and you come up on 50, 60 grand instead of you stuff like that. And then you have nothing. Then when all the money is gone, you have nothing to fall back on. You know. So when brothers, I encourage brothers when you do come up on something, go get a house, man. Go get a house so there's some type of equity. Something that you can fall back on. You can sell if you go broke, or if you broke, you can always have something. You have somewhere to lay your head. You'll have a way to figure things out. But if you're just going out there and you buying this and you buying that, bro, that money gonna get up out of here. If you're not investing that money, you're not flipping that money the way it's supposed to be flipped, you're gonna go broke. If you have a 9 to 5 and you come up on some money, bro, act like you don't have that money. Let that money sit in an ERA, or let that money sit in a CD, or let that money sit in somewhere where you can eat off that every year. Sometimes, brother, you just gotta sacrifice certain things. You just can't get to it just because you just get to it, bro. Because I'm telling you, man, that money goes so fast, bro. And you guys have to be careful. See, me, I'm a paranoid dude when it comes down to stuff like that. I move very, very stealth when it comes to stuff like that. I don't trust too many people. I don't trust a lot of women. It's just something that I just never ever did because I know the severity of the consequences when dudes find out what's really going on with you. So when dudes see you and dudes just thinking that you just ain't doing nothing, that's the best thing for you, bro. You ain't got to front. You ain't got to boss up. You ain't got to act like. You ain't got to sit here and put it on Instagram. You ain't got to put it on Facebook. You ain't got to put it on TikTok. You don't have to do none of that stuff, bro. Keep that stuff to yourself, man. Never tell nobody your next move, bro. Don't tell these dudes your next move. Don't tell these dudes what you got going on, bro. The only one you need to tell is the it's like if you're dealing with your family, a family member that you trust, like a brother, a sister, or something like that. But other than that, you can't tell no outside forces unless you brothers would grow up like from head to toe. You know, then that might happen. Then sometimes that might not go right. But I'm just saying, man, I'm just giving y'all some type of game, and it's like we need to understand, man, the elevation of life. You know, and I always try, especially the men, I be trying to encourage the men to get their own spot. And with the reason I say to get your own spot, bro, because when you did no disrespect to the women or anything like this, never no disrespect to the women. I just feel like a lot of women are they so emotional. They good people, but they when they get mad, they emotions be everywhere. And then you can't really talk to them when they mad and they emotions everywhere. Some women are very vindictive. Some women they gonna come after you. Some women they gonna do all types of stuff, but they don't even understand what a man goes through out here in this jungle. You know what I'm saying? Even if he at work or he out there in the field, he trying to get to the bag or whatever he's doing, we deal with a jungle every day. Women have it more quote unquote easier than us in the jungle because 9 times out of 10, men are predators. Like a man see you, women got tight pants on or they got sundress on. Man, he gonna try to talk to you, so he gonna be more softer to a woman than he is a man. If a man is in the presence of another woman and stuff like that, some dudes like they trying to get at the same girl, they start prospering and it's just all type of weird. Like dudes start showing out, dudes start doing type of weird type stuff just to impress a woman, right? So this is why I encourage brothers to get their own. If you stand with a woman, bro, make sure your name is on the lease, right? If you stand in a house with a woman, make sure your name is on the deed. If you're paying half of the rent anywhere, make sure you're doing something, right? So nobody can put you out, bro. Make sure you can't get put out, man. You know how that stuff goes. I remember when I was young, bro, I used to see my friends. They used to go through this all the time. They get into mamas or they get into what they can do. Get out. Get the F out. Get out. Me, I always had my own. I always had my own. And if I ever live with a woman, my name is gonna be on something. I'm not coming up in there unless my name is on something. If you put my name. You have to have my name on something in order for me to come up anywhere. You know, you're not gonna sit here and use me as no human dildo. You're not gonna sit here and use me as no pay mark. You're not gonna do none of that type of stuff. What it is, if I'm at a particular type of level in life, I'm gonna make sure that you're on the same level, and it should be vice versa. But 9 times out of 10, I don't know. You know, me personally, I don't deal with young women, so I don't have that problem. You know, but I see younger men, they be having these problems. They be having all these problems with, certain things going on. The woman wants them to pay everything and all that type of stuff. But hey,
Man, it's crazy.
you know,
They keep cutting my camera off on me.
and that's just what it is. I'm just
It's
glad,
ridiculous, man. I haven't gotten out one
everybody's starting to see
good
what's going
sleep
on.
yet
I'm really glad that
in a whole
this
month.
information
Is that crazy?
for themselves, and they
Unreal.
can get you in trouble. And what
They done did all kind of crazy
they
stuff to me.
see that if you're inside your section, you can't trust everybody inside your section because 9 times out of 10,
They straight found a lady dead in their apartment on my floor. I said, wow.
You know, if you have
Well, that's what this lady protects you.
man, they already some dudes. It's gonna be a spy up in there. If you guys got weapons, if you guys got anything else going on you, the dude just sitting around there acting like, "What's up, homie?" You know, dapping you up. "What's up, homie?" Drinking with you, smoking with you. All along, he might have a camera on him. Or all along, he might have a microphone on him. Or all along, he might just, let me call, man, my girl called. He might call and say, "Hey, man, it's 20 guns back here." You guys know how that goes, so you guys got to be careful. I just encourage brothers, man, if you're still in that lifestyle, if it's not a close knit group, stop going around a bunch of people, man, because I'm telling you, man, this stuff is crazy. I'm telling you, man, they get everybody conversation. They finding out who don't like who in the section. They finding out all this type of stuff, man. They start pinning people against each other, man. It's just crazy, man. That's why I walked away from that stuff, man. Love just didn't make no sense to me, man. Anytime you have your own homies that turn on you, they don't look at everything in depth and detail. That means that love don't have no sense. Anytime that your homies can free one of his own homies, and them dudes don't want to do it, love don't make no sense. So it's always an expiration date when you're dealing with this stuff. Always, always. And I'm gonna tell you this. This is the kicker, man. This is what I'm trying to tell a lot of you guys. Don't worry about what people think about you, man, because 9 times out of 10, when you do walk away, these dudes are not gonna be in your world anymore. When you walk away, dudes do, oh, you was a buster, you was a coward, you was a crackhead, you was a punk, you was a victim, you this, you that, you was a fag. All these things these dudes come up with to try to destroy your reputation. But if you're not over there anymore, you shouldn't even worry about that. It shouldn't even penetrate you. Because one thing for sure, two things for certain, you're not in that world anymore, and they're not in your world. They don't even have the strength and the gall to do what you do. It takes a real man or a real woman to walk away from that and make a better life for themselves. Because when it's like this, when you have a reputation inside of a section, you guys tell me in the comments, what can you do with a reputation inside the United States ghetto? Can you go get a loan? Can you get medical? Can you get dental? Can you get a retirement plan?
Shit,
Can you get Social Security?
probably
Can you get all these things,
money.
man, the purse that comes with everything that people work for? Can you do that? Can you take your reputation, your good reputation, and take it to the bank and tell them you need a loan for 100 racks because you're trying to start a small business? Hell no. You can't do it. It's impossible. You're not gonna be able to do it. You're not gonna be able to do it. So my question is, what are we doing? It's like, what is the end game? What are we You this top-notch leader, or you just joint inside your neighborhood. What's next? After that, you doing the same shit every day. You go home and come back to the neighborhood doing the same shit.
Pretty amazing.
Over there again
What does the comments say?
every day. So what's next?
Dang, I can't even see that.
You know, if you don't have no game
How
plan,
y'all
you don't
doing?
have no
Hey,
nonprofit, if you don't
man, I
have no
keep putting
plan,
my camera on while I
not
go to
home
sleep.
inside your community,
They
you don't
cutting the
have
camera,
things,
the live off on me.
like,
Hey,
not
but they unplugged.
you're not gonna be nothing anymore, man, because I'm gonna tell you like this, bro.
Unplug
The
it,
youngsters
and
over there right now,
I'm like, how are they doing
don't
this?
know
And
me,
y'all don't see
right?
nothing.
They probably know of me. Probably
That's
on the
crazy.
internet or some dudes, over there that might talk about me like a dog and stuff like that, right?
Oh,
But they don't know me, right? And rightfully so. Okay. Generations switches every 10 years. So if these youngsters now see a dude in a like I'm gonna use Big Cat as an example over there in the Crenshaw area, right? Because I see him over there all the time. Okay, now Big Cat is older than me, so he's a generation over me. Like I did 2 generations over me. I'm from the 3rd generation, so he probably from the 1st generation. So if he's from the 1st generation, if he's on Crenshaw and Hyde Park every day, and these youngsters coming over there, they see him and they looking at him. He's drunk, he's high, he's living out his van. He around there talking shit, talking about back in the day and all this other type of stuff. Do you think these youngsters gonna respect this dude? No, they're not gonna respect this dude because man, he hasn't elevated. He's still at the stage they're at. He still have a mentality of a 15, 16, 17-year-old dude, or he just gave up in life. So it's like, this is what I'm saying. My question is, where is the expiration date and where is the status? You got all this status. What do you get? You sleeping in a car. You doing this, you doing that. Is that the status of an OG? Is that the status of an OG saying he's this OG dude from the hood and he don't have nothing to show for his life?
hell yeah.
He got grandkids, but he's still in the hood?
Cause ain't nobody giving back.
That shit is trash, bro.
Ain't nobody giving back
Trash,
to what they represent.
It doesn't make any sense.
Cold game.
And then I'm gonna tell you.
They didn't trick these fools. They manipulate their minds so cold. They do anything. You can tell they're robots.
I was 22 when I went to the penitentiary. 23 when I went to the penitentiary, right? When I got 25, I felt out of place. If you understand if you know what I mean, if you understand what I'm saying, you'll understand what I'm talking about. It's like you go to the yard. Hold on. You go to the yard. It's like you go to the yard every day, right? You go to the yard and you trying to go exercise, you trying to go to the weight pile, you trying to go play some basketball, whatever you're trying to do with your recreation time, you're trying to go out there and get something done. But once you get off, sometimes you get off, your homies, you'll come out there, you look to the right or you look to the left, you got your homies over there gathering about something, right? Yeah, I know Big Cat. Who don't know it? You got to the left, you got to the right. And they huddling up. So you trying to get to the weight pile, you trying to get somewhere you come, they flagging you down. They like, hey. Man, look, bro. This is the scenario I was in. I'll go to the yard, bro. These dudes over there gather and want to go to war over $10 over a cap of weed, bro. And I'm like, man, and you know me, I'm not stupid, I'm not dumb, man. I'm not gonna put myself on the line just because over no $10, right? So I'm like, shit to me and do this. I said, well, why are you talking shit, bro? I didn't say bro at that time. Y'all know what I said at that time. He said, oh man, you know, I owe the man $10. You know, I got a cap of weed from him, and I'm looking at the dude, and I'm looking at the rest of the dudes that you know are supposed to be from the community, are supposed to be in the group, and I'm looking at these dudes, and you know, we got knives and stuff out there. You know how people roll up in that place, man. And I'm looking at these dudes, and they just sit there, they all pumped up, and they agreeing with it. And I'm like, wait a minute, wait. I'm like, man, you got $10? He said, no, homie, I ain't got it. I said, don't worry about it. I'll pay it. And the reason I did that is because, first of all, I got a release date. It's far away, but I have a release date. I'm not trying to catch no more cases, you know. And I'm basically getting tired of discussing these dudes already over here. So, and I still gonna do what I paid. So when the dude that owed the debt, he went on by his business, I turned to the rest of these dudes. I'm like, hey man, y'all was gonna let this dude brother wreck us over $10? You go, hey bro, so I don't, he can talk all he want, bro. That's all he can do. He don't know nothing about none of us, bro. I said, man, you gonna let this dude wreck us over $10? I'm like, man, that right there. Once I paid that for that brother, and we went over there and we admonished that dude and told that dude if he ever did that again, we you know out of there. That day was solidified me that I start backing away from the dude. Because I seen that these dudes really don't give a shit about you, you know, because every time you up in there, it's not like you get in trouble. You get in trouble behind somebody else's stupidity. You're not getting in trouble behind your own stupidity. You get in trouble behind your stupidity. Behind your stupidity. And I was done with that stuff, bro. I was like, I'm done with that. You know, it's always an expiration thing, and I felt out of place. I was like, these dudes don't give a shit about me anyway. You know, I just got tired, bro. And then I was never scared of them. So whatever comes after that is just that comes. But other than that, you know, I just kept moving. But like I'm saying, man, it's just a hard lesson that we learn in life. It's a life learning lesson. And everything that we see, and even with the Mexican cartel, you learn a lesson. Even with the big group situation, you learn a lesson from that. Even with the Uber situation, you learn a lesson from that. You just look at things, even with your mother, even with your father, even with your sister, even with your brother, even with anybody that's around you, bro. You learn lessons, right? So you learn all these. You can be like them or not be like them. You can look at your homies and you can see how far they got in life. You can be like that or you choose not to be like that. On that note, you guys have a good night. Assalamu alaikum.
President Joe McCalla says every city department will experience some level of reduction, giving residents a chance to talk about what matters most on Monday night. More than a dozen community members spoke overwhelmingly asking to preserve libraries and parks. After slashing hours and closing sermons on Sundays in the 2026 fiscal year, Pat Wilson says the library is at risk again. And Patricia McFadden says another year of reductions only hurts the people living in San Diego. Other speakers asked the city to continue funding stormwater infrastructure, traffic safety, and transportation. Multiple San Diegans asked the city to eliminate middle management positions and cancel their partnership with Flock Safety, a video surveillance company that works with SDPD. With tough decisions on the horizon, Wilson says she won't stop advocating for what matters most to San Diegans.
It's funny because the bed is that way. Really, the bed is this way, but I'm laying this way with my foot on the couch on the thing, fruit time. Boy, these people crazy, man. This stuff is crazy. Oh, man. That's a trip. They come up in your house, cut your cameras off. That's pretty amazing. Where are they coming from, though? That's the question. But I have noticed too the delay in YouTube from the actual live. I have noticed that. Man, hey, the camera seemed like it worked pretty fine as long as I ain't sleep. Crazy, ain't it? can't even sleep. It's crazy, man. I can't sleep. I feel like something's in my ear. Weirdo stuff. That's what they keep doing to me, though. Hallelujah. Thank you, God. Hallelujah. I wish I had another phone to use. Oh. I finally got my phone number back. Well, one of my phone numbers that I had for like 14 years, right? I haven't been able to get into my phone or nothing because they kept breaking my phones and all that for like 2 months, couple months. I've been locked out of my emails, everything. I haven't been able to get on YouTube, nothing. All locked out of everything. Okay. Couldn't do nothing. Locked out all my business stuff, everything. I wish I could get some rest, man. Unreal. I gotta get up.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that incredible introduction. Thank you both for welcoming us here to your incredible facility. How are we doing today, Patriots? You know, it always works the other way. I come here to motivate you, and you end up motivating us. On behalf of the entire War Department, we came here with a simple message for all of you. Thank you for what you're doing. Thank you for having the backs of our warfighters, of the men and women who ruthlessly defend our freedom every single day. Because what you're building right here on this factory floor with your own two hands is critical to the 21st century arsenal of freedom. You are the patriots, ensuring our warriors are never in a fair fight. You give them the tools to project absolute lethality against the enemy wherever they are and whenever we need to. We cannot do this without you. Out of code and composites, you built an incredible spacecraft. The Wright brothers' first flight was just a little over a century ago. What on earth would they make of this? How could this be possible, they would say, in such a short amount of time? I'll tell you, through pure, unadulterated American ingenuity and competition. Through the blood, sweat, and tears of the best workforce in the world and the best workforce in human history. American software engineers, assembly mechanics, innovators of all kinds working to deliver peace through strength on behalf of their fellow citizens. Because for generations, the battle was fought on land, in the air, and subsea. But today, the ultimate, single most decisive battle of this century, and the century to come, is hundreds of miles above our heads.
Yeah, I wish I could rest. I'm trying to rest.
Is the fight
Much love.
of the world as we know it.
I wish I could.
Colorado, in the heart of America, you are forging the instruments of absolute and unquestioned American space dominance, which is what we require. You, the builders, the engineers, the technicians of Sierra Space are writing the next chapter of American power. And that mission comes with a non-negotiable mandate from the Department of War and from President Trump to build more and build faster, to cut red tape and to invest upfront. Because unlike this company, and for far too long, much in Washington, D.C., especially in some ways in the aerospace industry, is a giant swamp. A cozy club of bloated, over-budget prime contractors who got rich by failing the American people and our warfighters. They moved at a snail's pace, led by CEOs who cared more about their stock options and golden parachutes than about delivering for the men and women on the front lines. They got slow, they got comfortable, and they got fat, selling us yesterday's technology tomorrow. For decades, before President Trump, we were betrayed by a corrupt, self-serving bipartisan consensus in Washington.
Pete has that. Sec War has that unveils Golden Dome Space Shield.
Manufacturing was a thing of the past. They told us that the global community, where we depended on our adversaries as the very parts that fueled our military, was somehow to our benefit. The so-called experts in their ivory towers and the scribblers at the Wall Street Journal all read from the same script. Outsourcing is the future, they proclaim. Let them tell that to the workers and the patriots of Sierra Space. Let them say that to the machinists who shape metal with American hands. Let them say that to the technicians who wire the complex machines for our arsenal.
Half 3 of 11. Recommended growth rating set lower had $50 $25. The fully electric X90 receiver. Now putting concert thinking high.
We celebrate a lot of other great things tonight as President Trump talks about
But
birthday of America. How we got here, what we've done so well,
And look, the state of the union is getting stronger, but make no mistake, President Trump's in office. This economy is on its knees after years of Democrat control, bringing record inflation, record interest rates. You saw energy prices through the roof, more than $5 a gallon in most places. Today, things are paying in most states about $2.50 a gallon. That's half of what they were paying. And for a working family, just lower gas prices alone for President Trump's policies means about $600 more in the pockets of hardworking families. Doesn't mean that we're finished. There's a lot more work to do. But I think what you're going to hear tonight from President Trump is a reminder of how great this country is, what that greatness has done to the lives of people, and what work we still have to do to continue getting this country back on track. We're not where we want it to be. But for anybody who wants to take us back to where we were just a year and a half ago to 3 years ago, let's remind them of where Democrats take us when they get full power. You don't have to go to California or New York to know how bad things can get, because they were that bad here in D.C. before Donald Trump became president. We had a wide open porous border with millions of people coming across. Every single month, you would see record numbers coming in. And there were violent criminals coming into our country. Drug cartels. The Mexican drug cartels had operational control of our southern border. And for people that don't remember how bad it was, just look at what's going on right now in Guadalajara. Just look at what's happening in that country as their leadership finally starts to confront the cartels. But they were running our southern border and bringing bad people and poisonous drugs into our country every single day. And Donald Trump ran for president saying, I'm going to do something about it. And he worked with this Republican Congress to fix that mess. And we started focusing on other problems too. We're starting to get this economy back on track. Wage growth is finally up. It's not where we need it to be. Families lost $3,000 of buying power during Biden's 4 years in office. $3,000. They made up $1,200 of it so far. But that means there's more to go. And so we're going to be laying out an agenda continuing to move more good bills like we've already been moving. And you're going to see the president laying out policy ideas tonight. This Congress will move. Sadly, Democrats have voted no on just about every major policy that have fixed the mess that they made.
Yeah, I wish my camera would work. Man, they be getting in my house, cutting my camera off. I cut it on last night
You're going to see some of those stories.
when I go to sleep, but they cut it off on me.
So we've never talked about some of them. I like 2 of them right here.
That's crazy.
That I'm very
I don't understand that.
Becky Sykes, who's a server, one of the best restaurants in New Orleans. We're known for our food. We love our food. Drago's Restaurant is where they invented the charbroiled oysters. He gets to serve charbroiled oysters every day, and so many other great meals from a true American dream success story. The Stanovich family is a second-generation family that fled communism to come seek the American dream, and they now have it in the Drago's Restaurants. And he serves there and no longer has to pay tax on tips. And he gets to celebrate what that means for having more money in his pocket, being able to do more for his family. And then the other guest I have is Anthony Bittoni, who's a deputy sheriff in Jefferson Parish, where I live. Thank you for your service. We all celebrate our men and women in law enforcement, but so often our men and women in law enforcement are working extra hours to make ends meet, to provide for their family. And when they work overtime, a lot of times they were paying so much more in overtime, it didn't make it worthwhile. And we said, working with President Trump, why should people have to pay taxes on overtime? And now because of that, Deputy Bittoni's going to be able to have more money in his pocket to provide for his family. And by the way, his family's grown. He is now a girl dad like me. He's got a 1-year-old daughter, and he's going to have more money in his pocket to provide for his daughter. Families all across the country are benefiting from what we did. Republicans are working with President Trump to make life more affordable for working families in America. And that's what we've been focused on since Donald Trump became president. And I think that's what we're going to hear the president talk about tonight. And leading the effort to get those
Man, do you know they found somebody on my floor dead in their place? Is that crazy? They found somebody dead in their place.
Okay, well, so.
Captain. Yeah, man. Somebody called me. It was like, hey, what's going on? I was like, what you mean? Oh, yeah, can't get in my place. I said, what you mean? It was like, they got it blocked off. The police in there? I'm like, what you mean the police in there? I said, shoot, they need to be. I said, shoot, somebody keep getting in my house every day. She like, nah, seriously, like, I can't get in. And I'm like, what you mean you can't get in? It's like it's blocked off, the police. No, like what? No, like then like oh yeah. Told me the number of the the apartment and 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 she was like, man, yeah, they found a lady dead in her apartment for a couple days. She was in there. I'm like, what? But somebody been getting in my apartment doing all spraying stuff all on me, putting stuff all on my private part, all kind of crazy. Every day, like anytime I go to sleep, like I got a camera in this house somewhere and they can see and come in. But look, why is they cutting the camera off? That's crazy. Yeah. That's crazy. You know what's crazy though? They said something about the walls when I moved in, right? And I don't know what she was talking about. It's crazy, man. Blackbird, Captain Blackbird. Hey, we need you, man. Where you at, Blackbird? Where you at? No, you in Ohio or something, huh? Crazy, man. Ugh. Ridiculous what's going on, man. Ugh.
they're disenfranchised if you're not sitting in the seat to be a part of the role and the responsibility of Congress. Not a good chance. Republicans have a far simpler and far superior message for Americans watching. We're putting more money back in your pocket. We're restoring peace through strength. Defending our border and deporting criminals and teenagers. We're standing up for American industry and manufacturing. And we're making American workers, not foreign countries, the clear winners in this American economy. Those are not talking points. That is what we have delivered. It's called Republican results. We are proud to run on that message in this fateful midterm election. So tonight, President Trump will demonstrate that Republicans are the only team working seriously to bring common sense back to our broken system. He's promised today, and he's working, and we're all working together to make it stronger, safer, and more affordable, more prosperous for all Americans. Many of them will be represented in that big, beautiful gallery. American people will see that reflected this evening and the months ahead as we move forward on all of those policies. We're excited. It's a great time.
Oh man. Ugh.
Well, it's a very important symbol of America's principles and what we've been advocating for around the globe. When I gave my address to the British Parliament just several weeks ago, I mentioned Jimmy Lyon as well.
Video progress, R20.
Man, I can't even sleep, man.
1 hour.
I wish I could sleep.
We need to send a message to the Chinese Communist Party, the Marxists, and all those who believe in this communist idea that you can shut down, censor, and silence opposing viewpoints. That's not consistent with basic human rights. And America has always been a bulwark to stand for liberties. And I think having his daughter here tonight is I hope it'll be a poignant symbol to everybody around the world that America is the great superpower because we stand for basic human rights, our inalienable rights. We celebrate the 250th anniversary of the greatest nation in the history of the world. Think of it, we're the only country. We're the only country in the world that's founded upon the idea that our rights come from God, our Creator, and not from the government. The profound impact, the implications of that truth is what has led us to be the most free, most successful, most powerful nation. Communists, the Marxists, have a totally different view. Their worldview begins with the premise that there is no God. And so if there is no God and there is no Creator, who gives your inalienable rights, they can be taken away from you. The government is powerful enough to take away rights. Take away. We stand in direct opposition to that. I'm excited to stand beside the rock, national motto. In God we trust. That's America, man. It's as good as the gold that the hockey team won. And I hope we put that on display tonight with all of our guests as well. I'm not sure the content of the speech, but it's been odd to say that. Forward. The president, of course, was frustrated about the Supreme Court decision, but we're sorting out the fallout from that and what it means for us. But I think it's going to be a great celebration of America and all the people together. So we're looking forward to that. Thank you all so much. That's USDG, correct? You're right.
This is the website, here's your vote, and this is our vote.
But first, turning to America's strengthening economy, Friday's record-breaking market and President Trump's appointment on economic policy. The stock market soared on Friday to all-time highs, with the Dow Jones Industrial Average closing above the 50,000 mark for the first time ever, amidst a backdrop of better-than-expected economic growth, strong earnings, and expectations of a productivity and consumer boom this year. Just 2 months away from tax day, when citizens are expected to receive thousands of dollars in refund checks. As the president's signature legislation, the One Big Beautiful Bill impacts citizens and businesses across the country. As you can see, stocks as well as gold prices rallied across the board on Friday. Here's the president this past week and after the closing bell on Friday. Watch.
As you probably saw today, the stock market, the Dow, just hit 50,000, 3 years ahead of schedule. They said probably couldn't be done in the 4-year period. We did it in 1 year. So we're 3 years ahead of schedule, broke an all-time record, 50,000, which they say couldn't happen.
The president later predicted that the market will double to 100,000 by the end of his term in January 2029. The economy grew almost 5% in the fourth quarter, much better than expected. But worries do remain about AI efficiencies replacing jobs and still crippling inflation, which remains above the Federal Reserve's target. As the president's pick for the next chairman of the Fed, Kevin faces pushback on at least one Republican, outgoing Senator Tom Tillis, ahead of Bush's confirmation process expected in the coming months. We will get the January jobs report this upcoming Wednesday after it was delayed because of the government shutdown. As we await whether the Department of Homeland Security will shut down this upcoming Friday because of Democrat demands of changes to the president's immigration enforcement. Still no acknowledgement from the Democrats on the high cost of goods, beginning with the Biden administration, which of course resulted in overall inflation at 21.5%. That was a 40-year high due to $7 trillion in spending during the prior Biden years. Instead, Senate Democrats pounced on Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent this week during a heated Senate Banking Committee hearing. Watch this.
Working Americans, and can you maintain some level of the innovative time of this fire?
No, my time is not a fact, Mr. Secretary. Can you commit right here and now that Trump's Fed nominee, Kevin Warsh, will not be sued, will not be investigated by the Department of Justice if he doesn't cut interest rates exactly the way that Donald Trump wants?
That is up to the president. Can you commit that you will?
I'm sorry.
Can you commit that you will not hold up?
He won't be sued if he doesn't drop interest rates.
Can you?
And he won't be criminally investigated.
The president also made a statement about you that I won't repeat, Senator. Oh, they will. He said he had very.
You know, if this was a joke, why not just say so?
It was a joke, and he made a joke about you, Senator Warren.
Turning now to man himself, our nation's 79th Secretary of the Treasury, Secretary Scott expectations for growth and also a word on gold, what's driving that move as well?
Well, Maria, what I can tell you is what we are seeing, the cyclical components of the market expand. So that's why the Dow hit a new high, but importantly, the Russell, which is the small cap index, just hit a new high. We're seeing the industrial sectors under the market hit new highs. And in my 35, 40 years on Wall Street, that tells me Wall Street is telling you that Main Street is about to prosper. We are seeing a big cyclical recovery. The president's agenda set the table in 25, and now the American people are going to benefit in 26. So that's what the stock market is telling us. The stock market lives in the future, and I think it's going to have very strong economic growth and very strong job gains and very strong real income growth.
Man, I'm scrubbing my face
Buy gold and hard assets because.
with this little scrub pad I got.
But there's also a big move in rare earth critical minerals as the president comes up with this
Man.
to compete against China. Is that part of it? What do you think is behind the gold?
Well, the gold move, things have gotten a little unruly in China. They're having to tighten margin requirements. So the gold looks to me kind of like a classical speculative roll-off. But what I will tell you, we had at the State Department, there was a rare earth ministerial, countries all around the world. This is what U.S. leadership looks like. The U.S. is leading in solving this rare earth problem. Countries are not sovereign. You are not sovereign if one country can control your supply chain, and we are making our supply chain resilient.
Yeah, sure. There are worries, however, Secretary, and of course, it's about AI. We've already seen companies cut jobs because of AI efficiencies. What is the plan from your standpoint at Treasury, at the White House, to replace the jobs that will no doubt go away because of AI efficiency?
Well, Maria, it's not a given that they have to go away because of the AI efficiency. In the history of technological change, it's seen new jobs created. I had a major credit card company in a few weeks ago, and they just said it was the distribution of jobs within the company that's going to change. They said that their billing and customer service, AI is going to take over, but they're going to move all those employees over to the travel sector.
Okay, well, we're also waiting on some big decisions. I mean, we've got to see the Kevin Bush confirmation happen. We've got to hear from the Supreme Court on whether or not President Trump can use tariffs in an emergency. What are your expectations? When will we hear from the Supreme Court? And I know that you told me before you think that you are going to win on this, but what's the plan if you don't? If the Supreme Court rules against the president?
Well, it would be a gigantic loss for the American people. President Trump has used his IEPA authority consistently throughout the year to negotiate better deals for the American people. And it's an emergency authority. And what was an emergency if it wasn't the fentanyl crisis? And we are seeing Canada, Mexico, China come to the table to stop this scourge of the American people. On October 8th, when China threatened to institute a rare earth export control all around the world, for not just us, but all the industrial nations, President Trump threatened a 100% tariff, and China came to the negotiating table and delayed the export controls, which would have crushed the global economy. So President Trump has used it for the American people, and it would be a big loss to take that away from them.
Yeah, I always scratch my head in terms of how it is that we deal with our number one adversary, China. In a business like fashion, when, over here we're funding a biolab in California, over there we're arresting people for bringing in pathogens, COVID, cover up, intellectual property theft, the whole 9 yards. Secretary,
Very, I would add too, the president has used IEPA to bring in billions of dollars of investment into the U.S. Companies are now 2025. They worked with a plan to build a factory. Many have already broken ground. I think we're going to see record factory groundbreaking in 2026. The president and I were out in Iowa a few weeks ago, and John May, the president here, said that John Deere is building 2 new factories, one in Indiana, one in North Carolina. And the president said, why are you doing that? And he said, sir, 100% your tariff policy.
well, I know that the president has done really an incredible job in terms of recognizing we cannot be reliant on China, our number one adversary. Do you have any Bush, Tom Tillis has been pushing back because he's not going to confirm anybody for the president until the probe into Jay Powell is over. What are your expectations that Kevin Warsh is confirmed, and when do you expect that?
Well, I would point out that when Kevin Warsh was up the governor of the Fed, he got 100 votes, and that was led by his home state senator, Chuck Schumer. So, and Senator Tillis has come out and said he thinks that Kevin Warsh was a very strong candidate. So I would say, why don't we get the hearings underway and see where the nature of the investigation goes?
Okay. Well, there's also an increasing worry about the Federal Reserve's balance sheet. Obviously, after the 2008 financial crisis, the Fed unleashed all of these extraordinary monetary policy tools. They call it quantitative easing. But you now have been able to fix things in just over a year at the Treasury. You and the White House with your new policies. Now that we've got growth as a priority, we've got the economy where you want it as you rein in inflation. Is it fair to say that the Federal Reserve's adoption of these large-scale asset purchases should be wound down?
Again, that'll be up to the Fed in terms of what they want to do with the balance sheet. I wouldn't expect them to do anything quickly. That they move to an ample regime policy, and that does require a larger balance sheet. So I would think that they'll probably sit back, take at least a year to decide what they want to do. It's pretty clear to me. I wrote a 7,000-word essay in the International Economy magazine. I called it Gain of Function Monetary Policy.
That's right.
Saying that the Fed had gotten out of control. And I think that Kevin Warsh is going to be very independent, but mindful that the Fed is accountable to the American people.
Real quick on this crypto legislation that seems to be hung up in the Senate, Secretary, do you expect that the Clarity Act will in fact come back for a markup? And why are we having a debate about bank margins? Where do you stand on this? Do you think crypto platforms should be able to pay rewards, pay customers for moving stablecoin or money out of traditional bank deposit accounts and keep them as crypto platforms? Where are you on that issue?
Again, Maria, I think what we're seeing in the crypto market over the past few months means
don't know what they doing, but boy, they got my teeth feeling like they shifting me. All kind of weirdo stuff.
Another partially China story there. As
Oh, dang.
the U.S. partner. Good to see you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you. Hey, everyone.
That's a fun video, like,
Me and my co-host Harris Faulkner and Anthony on Outnumbered every weekday at 12 p.m. Eastern or Spencer DVR. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page for daily highlights.
concert, skipping like. Visit the website, you'll hear from and the QR code.
Well, they cold with it, boy. They cold with it.
Skipping like. Visit the website, play next video.
But look, I can see on my teeth. I can see my teeth, right? They messing with my teeth. That's crazy. Yeah. Are you in Miami? Okay.
That hearing's been going on for about an hour right now, and it's pretty much a waiting game because there's no cameras or phones. We have another reporter who's been outside that ICE detention facility and said,
Yeah, I need to.
Chaos going inside that courtroom because over a dozen of his supporters showed up. They said they were there till 6 a.m. just demanding to get inside. Mahmoud Khalil has been held at this ICE detention facility here in Gina, Louisiana for about more than a month since he was arrested in New York City. The government arguing that Mahmoud Khalil should be deported under an immigration law that allows the Secretary of State to deport aliens considered a threat to U.S. foreign policy. Now, the Department of Homeland Security had to submit evidence proving this. In a two-page memo, Rubio argued that feds can deport Khalil for, quote, participating in anti-Semitic protests and disruptive activities, which fosters a hostile environment for Jewish students in the United States. Well, Khalil's attorneys, they claim this violates his freedom of speech.
Well, we try to establish that people like Mahmoud have a constitutional right to speak out in this country, and they should not be, the government should not be using this really bogus statute saying it's against U.S. foreign policy interests.
And the State Department has revoked over 300 student visas so far. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has said that student visas are a privilege. If you come into this country as a student, the government expects you to go to class and study, not vandalize campuses across the country. His supporters, Martha, they plan to hold a press conference around 3:30 Eastern time, of course, and that could change depending on when this hearing ends. But we're by our phones right now, just waiting for that update. Okay, Buck, we know you'll get it to us as soon as it comes through. With that, we bring Jonathan Charlie, constitutional attorney and Fox News contributor. Jonathan, always good to have you here. Now, the administration has made some sort of varying arguments on their reasoning to deport Khalil. What is your take on how the judge may be approaching this at this hour?
Well, the administration has not made it easy for this judge. I'm surprised by that two-page letter because there is a concrete basis to deport Khalil if you simply establish what was originally alleged, that he participated in a protest that involved property damage and trespass and other criminal acts. That's conduct. That doesn't go to the content of his speech, and they can clearly remove him for that. The letter instead focuses more on his views, and that's putting it in a very difficult light for this judge,
serious.
balancing what are legitimate
I can see.
concerns against the power of the administration. Now,
Look at they digging all in my teeth, like all up there. Crazy. That's crazy.
Judge is not going to say it can't be used. And that statute gives Secretary Rubio sweeping authority. And it's not clear how much a judge, let alone an immigration judge, can question the judgment of the Secretary of State underneath that statute once he's issued this type of declaration.
Yeah, another thing that I was looking at today is the green card holder rights, because it's interesting that this ends up in the immigration court, because the State Department has made the argument that they can remove him for conduct, as you just pointed out. Now, he's a green card holder, and he is here sort of, at the permission of the United States government, but his anti-Semitism preventing Jewish students from their right to go to class. Is that hate crime? And can hate crime be the issue here that could have him removed for his green card?
Well, that's an excellent question, and as you can tell in that language, there's a lot of subjectivity, which is what his counsel has said that should concern the court. And the letter says that this could be otherwise lawful conduct, but the secretary can still have you deported for it. I'm surprised by that framing, because it makes me think that they're using this case to go for the three-point shot, that they want to use this case to establish strong precedent in other cases that will be based on not as developed records. So we'll have to see how this judge reacts to all of this. They did not produce the type of evidence that some of us were expecting, some concrete ties of what Khalil knew about and directed the protest.
Khalil.
And after all,
Where Khalil at?
citations, after all, were unlawful. That seems the clearest and easiest basis. I think the administration wants to establish a broader principle. Say, you might not like this law, but it gives Secretary Rubio sweeping authority, and we can use it.
Yeah. So it sounds as if you're making the argument that the
Where's Khalil?
are almost overcharging, and that they're shooting it for too much of an umbrella prosecution in a sense here, and that they would have been smarter. Well, we'll see what the judge decides, right? But just looking at it from as we wait for this, to go much more pinpointedly at conduct, anti-Semitism, potentially a hate crime, to prevent Jewish students from feeling safe on the campus, might have been a clean way to pursue this.
Oh, that makes
They
sense.
say were omitted from his original application. I tell my students in litigation all the time, the old adage, aim small, miss small. And this ain't that. I mean, they are, that letter is basically saying, we can deport people for otherwise lawful conduct if the secretary believes it is harmful or threatening to our national security. That's the whole Megillah, and they want to establish it. Maybe they view this as their strongest case to do so.
Maybe we will see what the judge says, and it will set some sort of precedent here, because they have a number of other students who they have also in the same position that they're hoping to remove based on basically violating the right to be in the country on a student visa or even in a green card on this case. Jonathan, thank you. Always great to see you. It's back. If we get this decision, let's bring in Carrie Vaughn now, Fox News legal editor. Tell us what we need to know about this right now, Carrie.
Well, I disagree with Khalil's lawyer when he said there was nothing in the memo to support his removal. That's just not true. If you read the memo, anybody can pull it up online and read this for themselves. They say the basis for removal is that Khalil was involved in anti-Semitic activity, disruptive protests, and citations for unlawful actions during those protests. And, we have to go back to the basics here. The law gives Secretary Rubio very broad discretion in terms of when and how he can remove an alien. And all it requires is for that alien's presence or activities to be adverse to foreign policy. Well, first and foremost, Mr. Khalil is an alien. Yes, he has more of a protected status than the average non-citizen as a lawful permanent resident, but that's still not a citizen. Citizenship is a gift, it's not a right. So that satisfies that prong. Then his presence and activities. Well, we know that Khalil drove the efforts that involved intimidating Jewish students on Columbia University's campus. They took over a building, and as part of, quote, negotiating with the administration to, release the building and to stop, their activity, they were pressuring them to cut ties with Israeli businesses and their partnership with Tel Aviv University. Well, Donald Trump's priority is to crack down on anti-Semitic activity, and if our number one ally is Israel in the Middle East, I don't see how Secretary Rubio, in this instance, doesn't have discretion to remove Mr. Khalil under the law. And so I guess we'll see what happens today. And as Brooke just mentioned, the hearing just began.
Yeah, and Carrie, I'm curious as to how they proceed, because you're talking about Mahmoud Khalil being the first student detained. If this judge rules against the administration, do they stop? Do they put a freeze on detaining any more students? Or do they go forward with the appeals process knowing that maybe a different judge comes out with a different outcome?
Well, that's
exactly why this hearing is so important, because it's gonna set the tone for these other student visa cases that we're seeing. And as we know, some of these students who had their visas revoked for similar reasons, as to why Mr. Khalil was before the immigration judge today, they've already begun self-supporting. So President Trump and Secretary Rubio's actions have already had an effect here as far as people taking action and just removing themselves, in the first place. But to your point, Trace, yes, I think whatever happens here is really going to dictate what happens with everyone else.
Yeah, Carrie, two pieces of critical sound here. This is Ellie Canadian on America's Newsroom earlier today. She's the former State Department Deputy Special Envoy and the former chair, obviously, to combat anti-Semitism, the chair of the department, I should say. She also went to Columbia, and she said this.
Columbia University, which I'm ashamed to call my alma mater, has had extensive amount of time to clean up their act, to make sure that Jewish students are protected from anti-Semitic incidents. What we're seeing is that Columbia University are not behaving like good faith actors, and the Trump administration is taking every right action to, in fact, protect Jewish students from assault that they've been under at Columbia.
And Secretary Rubio put it this way when the president went around the table in that cabinet meeting yesterday.
No one's entitled to a student visa. The press covers student visas like they're some sort of birthright. No, a student visa is like me inviting you into my home. If you come into my home and put all kinds of crap on my couch, I'm going to kick you out of my house. And so, that's what we're doing with our country thanks to the president.
Here's your thoughts on that, Carrie. Yeah, it's a privilege, not a right. It's really that simple. And we have to remember something else. This isn't just isolated to New York City. We have to remember, and even going back in time, if you recall, around October 7th and what happened afterwards, Jewish students were literally afraid to go to class. They were being intimidated. They couldn't go. They were staying home. They were afraid for their safety. That's ridiculous. This is the United States. And I think one of the most compelling and troubling things that I remember from that time is that Hamas and Hamas-affiliated groups were watching closely what was happening on universities in America at the time, specifically Columbia. How do you know that? They were putting out statements of support for what Mr. Khalil and other student leaders were doing. How is that not adverse to our foreign policy interests? It is, because other adverse nations are looking at the United States and they're saying, wow, this is interesting. The United States is letting this happen on their watch. They're feeling pretty good about this. And how does that make our number one ally in the Middle East feel? Israel. Probably not so great. So I think Secretary Rubio has a lot of bandwidth here to remove Mr. Khalil and other people who are involved in similar activities.
I'd like to hear your take, Carrie, again on the other big case we're talking about, the Abrego Garcia case, the Maryland man, illegal immigrant who was sent to El Salvador. So basically the judge is saying, or the government is saying, listen, if this person is told that they bring him back, they don't want him brought back immediately. They want to know the process of how you're going to bring him back. Is that right?
Yeah, this is a bit of a messy situation. And the Supreme Court last night issued an order, and they said, look, this individual deserves some kind of process. He has to come back to the United States to face this kind of process before he's deported to El Salvador, or removed, or he already is. But here's the catch. They're telling the lower court judge, what do you mean by effectuate? It's one thing for the United States to have this removal proceeding, and they're saying they should have. This man was entitled to some kind of due process, and that did not happen. However, you as the district court judge also don't have this absolute authority to tell the government exactly how and when to do this. So it's a little bit confusing. So that hearing just ended. The lower court judge said the government now has to give them an update, give this judge an update every day, I guess until this person is returned. But look, this is a separation of power issue again. But I think a lot of these immigration cases are coming down to something pretty simple, which is due process. And the Supreme Court this week pretty consistently is saying that whether these people are accused gang members, whether they're here illegally, they do deserve some kind of process before they are removed, because that is what we do here in the United States.
Carrie, thanks for coming on with us.
Thank you.
The decision that we have been waiting for, a judge has just ruled that the Trump administration's efforts to deport Mahmoud Khalil can move forward. Correspondent live right here next courthouse in Cairo, Louisiana. Tell us what the judge is saying in there, bro.
gotta run me some bath water. Give me a bath. Get up out of here. Yeah, you know that I can't even pay for. They made sure that I wasn't gonna be able to pay. They went and made sure they got in my house every day, sprayed stuff on me, put stuff all in my food, everything. Every day. That's unbelievable, but real. But I guess I just gotta trust in God, cause He know the truth. He know the real of what's the truth going on. You know, it seems like you can't prove the truth, and a lie, shoot, it's like you ain't got no problem putting you under the jailhouse for a lie.
Ukraine says there could be another round of talks to end its war with Russia this week, as Europe's deadliest conflict since World War II entered its fifth year on Tuesday. Several rounds have already taken place, as Washington seeks to mediate and end to the conflict. So why is the U.S. conflict so elusive? The two sides cannot agree on the future of Donetsk, or the two regions that make up Donbass. Moscow already controls almost all of the other regions, Luhansk. Russian President Vladimir Putin is demanding that Ukraine withdraw to the 20% of Donetsk if Turkey gets control. But Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky rejects any such move. While Moscow insists Donetsk belongs to Russia's historical lands, international recognition remains firmly with Ukraine. In terms of the distance between the negotiating positions, Samir Puri is an expert on the conflict at King's College London.
Russians want the Ukrainians to voluntarily cede those territories in Donetsk in particular. The Ukrainians, quite understandably, have fought tooth and nail for 11 years now to defend their territories, but also fear that voluntarily giving them up, potentially to a Russian invasion of further Ukrainian territories further west.
The draft plan sketches out security guarantees and economic support for Ukraine, along with a monitored non-aggression framework with Russia. It leaves Kiev's current troop levels and its path to EU membership intact.
Continues growth and retrieving where it is by conflict just in political and beyond considering legal possibilities.
Well, of course, it's State of Union Day. I know the president's really looking forward to his address tonight. You're going to hear a speech that is a celebration of 250 years of our nation and our nation's independence. You're going to hear the president share the stories of everyday Americans who have benefited from these policies. You're going to hear the president share tear-jerking stories of American heroes, past and present, that really exemplify what it means to be a patriotic American. He'll obviously tout the administration's accomplishments over the past year, and he will, of course, lay out a very ambitious agenda, I think, for the working people of this country to make America more affordable and prosperous. And share with everybody to tune in. I'll take a question. Well, there's a lot to talk about, as the president himself has said. A large portion of the speech will. Yes, the president will lay out the case for why he and Republicans are better suited to continue tackling the Biden administration and Democrats on Capitol Hill. Last year, there has been tremendous progress to move the ball forward toward attaining the level of economic prosperity we had under President Trump's term. We saw just this week, mortgage rates have dipped below 6% for the first time since 2008. Joe Biden under President Trump in his first term, they were arrested. You're going to hear the president tout his signature tax cuts that every single Democrat in Congress voted against. No tax on tips, overtime, no tax on Social Security. You hear the story of it, who is a waitress in Pennsylvania. She and her husband are going to benefit more than $5,000 because of and no tax overtime policy. The president sort of made the case that 3 more years with him in White House and with Republicans on Capitol Hill, we could finally achieve the American dream in this country that we had in his first term, but was lost because of Joe Biden and the Democrats and others. You'll hear the president tout the accomplishments overseas of the United States military over the past year under his leadership, one of which, of course, was Operation Midnight Hammer. You'll hear the president proudly and rightfully say that the United States military is the strongest and most lethal fighting force in the world. And you will hear him talk about the threats that remain abroad, but what the United States is doing to ensure that not only America is the safest country in the world, but remains the strongest country in the world. Well, look, around America, so tell me if that's a threat. Elena.
Nearly #11.
This isn't the city to be in. Have you figured it out yet? The Taco Spot uses authentic recipes from Mexico and has the best birria tacos with the chicken.
All right, Chief, well, thank you so much for joining us today. First, if we can talk about all the violence south of the border, how's that affecting the police department? What are you guys doing?
Well, it's really alarming. I can see something like this happening so close to our border. And so we want to make sure that the violence down there is not coming to the border. We're working closely with federal authorities, obviously, by sharing information, gathering information we can, as well as working with authorities south of the border. We have very good relationships on there. And we want to make sure that we're sharing information that's needed to make sure that
And that communication, sure, is always
it is. It's really about having good relationships and sharing information. It's critical and elementary when things like this. So we're doing that.
Okay, well, let's talk a little bit about the upgrades at Moose Plaza. I could be honest with you, I've visited the Wilson Chargers training facility. So talk about what we did recently. How much did that cost?
Well, so there's a couple. One, very bittersweet. As a lifelong trucker and a CWA, I'm still not over it. But to get that facility as part of our eight facilities now is really it's 52 beautiful acres, and we have the opportunity now to put in the training facilities that we need to make sure that our department is step ahead of the training and issues that we're seeing out there, but making sure that our officers have that equipment, that training, and also a facility that focuses on their wellness. It's a very challenging for them.
And you mentioned the cost about everything.
Yeah, well, so we've been utilizing different kind of tools during this project for the city. We've gone out to the Police Foundation for private donations. We've also secured, several years ago, we secured a wellness grant of $1 million. It's gone into a variety of different things, but we wanted to use some of that money to replicate the weight room that's in there. We wanted to restore the weight room, or I'm sorry, the front lobby, and everybody walks in the field. Organization. I think it was about $40,000 front lobby. It looks beautiful. And the back grass area was really a one advantage for us to put in the training facilities that we very proud of. We put together training. Now, they started this month. We're going to be able to go out and start infusing current trends and best practices that are needed in this job. We're going to be able to implement it immediately. In the past, we had enough training sessions. People don't understand that they feel things can change and put it on time. If we have to wait another 18 months to implement new best practice, that's far too long. The training we feel now, we can implement it next day. Start putting it into our field training immediately. So very proud of what we've got up and running. Very, very excited about what the future holds.
really quickly, it was a $45 million allocation for overtime. That's actually within budget.
We're on budget. Yeah, it's important for people to understand fiscal responsibility has been a top priority. I want to make sure that our community, our city knows that they're getting what they pay for. Historically, we've gone over by 10, 15 million. We stuck to the budget this year. We did it and had about 7 million overtime expenditures, and we did it without impacting responsibilities, which is a remarkable feat. Our captains now are on the budget, they're sticking to it, and they're putting top for the movie.
For some people, when they say $45 million in overtime, that sounds like a lot of money. Is that typically just how budgets work in council?
Great question. So our overtime budget includes a wide variety of overtime expenditures. All of our special events, so every single pottery game, every half marathon that comes through San Diego, any street fairs, we staff those with overtime. We also have overtime hours given for things like our concepts or our SWAT team that comes out. And then we also have historical control. In the past, we've gone over in those categories. We're on budget there. Where we are over budget are the areas that are top covered. So again, potty games, we fully staff all the potty games, potty pedestrians. We also have grants over time, so DUI details, case for this office,
And then looking ahead, is there anything else that can be cut when it comes to the police department? Does the entire city has to figure out how we're going to balance the budget?
That's right. We are definitely going through some tough fiscal times, and it's my job and my staff's job to try to carve out a path to make it all work. Great job that you were able last year to do, but it's actually cross time.
Got it. And more tough fiscal decisions to be made with the city coming up. Keep talking.
San Diego Museum of Art celebrates 100 years of art pandemic.
Museum of Arts getting ready to celebrate 100 years. There will be a year-long celebration. I'm joined by the CEO, Roxana Velasquez of the San Diego Museum of Art. Roxana, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you so much for having us. Very exciting.
It really is 100 years, so think about that. 1926 is when the museum opened at that ballpark. And you were telling me it's the same building.
Exactly the same building that you see, that you entered, welcomed by these artists from Spain. This beautiful new Spanish building. It means the Western Ecuador Park for everybody, every single day.
So amazing. I mean, and tomorrow you get to enter a different world, a different era. Tell us what the museum is like. The types of art that you have. Like people need to come out.
Definitely, if you have not visited lately, you should. We have 27 galleries between two buildings, and the art starts in the antique because we have advances the second sculpture from Egypt, imagine that, all the way to American art, French Impressionism, European art, Islamic art. It is really an array of wonderful worlds that you would always learn.
That's so amazing. And how many pieces of art are in the museum?
So we have more than 35,000 works of art. The collection of photography only is 14,000, and that's the other building that we have across the plaza. But anything, as I said, will remind you of the best things that humankind has done, that gives you joy, and will allow you to see what our founders wanted, excellence. What humans are capable of doing via paintings, engravings, sculptures, or even, of course, decorative artifacts.
Amazing. Roxana, you're making me want to go right now. And obviously, people need to spend days there. I mean, you can't see everything in one day.
That's my advice. Just go take it slowly, see the permanent collections, enjoy seeing Dutch paintings, American art. You see our Picassos
Dali, imagine this name, all in San Diego, for the people, of course, and following our founders.
What a collection over time that you've created there. Tell us for the 100 years celebration, what are you going to be doing? February 28th is the big birthday, right?
Yes, Saturday, the 28th, coming very soon, February, we have prepared a lot of things for all of you. Musical performances, dances, art making workshops. You can come with your families. You will have a whole day, starting really at 2:30 p.m. The cake, we will cut a fabulous cake and cupcakes, but you will see a lot of activities thoughtful for you. For example, we have a recollection of historical photos that are very cool. Dr. Seuss, of course, doing his, incredible.
Dr.
You
Seuss.
have the Saturdays, and the Queen, the Muppets, the Star Wars exhibitions of the 90s, or of course, you will see what we have today, the year of acquisition and what we have added to this community for everyone.
Hey, this sounds great. So it's okay to bring kids. I always get worried about my children here on but you welcome children too.
Absolutely. We are family friendly. We have everything there. You need to bring your kids, your teenagers, doesn't matter if they say no. I promise you they will want to return. We plan music, apps, video games, things that cover all ages, because we know that the story with art is that art needs to be enjoyed, consumed. It has to be easy to understand. So you get great histories from the world, but at the level of languages or games that your age needs.
That's right.
The San Diego is no
Art
is for everybody.
It's a language, easy to understand.
Roxana, your passion is clear. Let's talk about the rest of the year. What else do you have coming up?
Yes, we are going to celebrate during Art Alive, the famous Art Alive at the City of the Flowers. We are honoring the Toulouse-Lautrec collection. Toulouse-Lautrec, as you know, the French artist from Montmartre, from the Cancan. We will have 50 plus works of art exhibited. This is a massive exhibition honoring that. We will have Forging and Legacy, which means 150 works of art out of the thousands that we have added in the last 15 years. So you will get to see our treasured old masters and even the Picassos that we have added to the collection.
Amazing.
Monet and the names that for sure so many of you have heard, together with contemporary art. And we will continue showcasing the people and the photos that we house at MOPA building. All of you have to remember, we have now 2 buildings and we are getting ready for the next 100 years. And we're doing this big expansion to welcome you and to serve you in better ways.
Amazing. Roxana, congratulations and happy birthday to the San Diego Museum of Art. Thank you for being with us.
I just wanted to see if it will still go live. It's still going live with no problem. So that means somebody getting in my house and cutting my camera off. That's all it means. That's all it means. Trying to trip on it. Trying to see. Yeah.
Here, in the heart of Europe, the most diverse species come together. Some drink for nature, others for the food. Some seek adventure, while others are just
Play next video button. So home use growth San Diego Museum of Art celebrates 100-year car with campaign expect CDSA San Diego take you to it.
Going to be discussing overtime, the police plaza renovation, and lots of other topics here. But first, Chief, we've been talking about the violence that we've been reporting on in Mexico, Tijuana. We've been seeing car fires after this powerful leader of a drug cartel was killed. I wonder if there's any safety concerns here in San Diego. What are you guys doing? I know you're keeping an eye on this story. Yeah, well, absolutely concerned. We're keeping an eye on it. It just goes to show how tough it is to combat the transportation and manufacturing of the drugs that come into this country. Sure. Commend Mexico for doing their part. Yeah. Very, very good. As you can see. But we want to for us to business for a little bit. And how do you guys do that? You have departments that look into that. You have a station that down south that on that. Or great question. So we have counterparts down in Mexico that our officers are in touch with. Oh, okay. We try to communicate through the use of intelligence and information from federal, state authorities as well, and share information as best we can. All right, let's talk about overtime spending. You guys spend millions of dollars a year on overtime costs. All eyes on government fiscal responsibility right now. So how are you guys keeping those costs low? What is the budget looking like, and how are you going to meet those goals? Well, fiscal responsibility has been a top priority for me from day one. Bringing our overtime expenditures back under budget for the first time in literally decades, and making sure that we're putting police officers when and where they're needed most. We've been able to reduce our overtime spending by $7 million this year, and we've also been able to do it without negatively impacting response times, which means we're being more efficient and more effective. Yeah, every time I have you on, I'm asking you about if you need more good men and women, and it feels like you always do. Yeah. Is the police officer shortage having an impact on those overtime costs? Without a doubt, our response times are not where they need to be. We monitor and watch them every single month to make sure that we're not doing anything that causes them to spike. But at the end of the day, we need more police officers. We're about 1,000 short of what we need. 1,000 short in the city. 1,000 short of what we need based on our call volume, the amount of time it takes to handle that call volume. And what are you guys doing to try and recruit right now? Well, recruiting, the good news is recruiting is up 53% over the last 2 years. Okay. So we're creating a workforce or we're an employer of choice, obviously, by folks that want to come in and protect and serve with their way of living. Okay. Tell us about the upgrades at the plaza in Murphy Canyon there, where the Chargers used to be hanging out there. Now you've got officers that are training there. But it really is important to you. Last time you were on the show, you were talking about how you need real life scenarios officers. And that's what they're doing. It is. And it breaks my heart still to this day the Chargers left. Right, yeah. But it is bittersweet. At least you're putting it to good use. Right. It's bittersweet that we were able to get to that facility. Yeah. It's 52 acres. Really, it is a place for us to have a vision for the future with our police training, with our specialized teams like our SWAT team. Can work out of there and train out of there. Really, it's about having police officers have the best equipment, best training, and the best environment to be successful. And it was a collaborative effort with the Police Foundation. We were able to use private dollars, these tough fiscal times, private money to come in and help fund what we're doing there. And this month, we're able to get the training teams up and running out in the field, which is going to increase our repetitions and increase our ability to adapt on the time. And bring different scenarios that we're seeing on the field to our officers to train. I saw that weight room in there. You've been there bench pressing a couple plates every single day. Yeah, it's great. Thanks for coming on. Absolutely. Always appreciate it.
There's some comfort as well. The Gomez Road, checking in with San Diego Police Chief Pablo on overtime spending, police officer renovation, CDSA San Diego, San Diego, SUPD Chief Wilcox, JDC.
All right, Chief, well, thank you so much for joining us today. First, if we can talk about all the violence south of the border, how's that affecting the police department? What are you guys doing, if anything?
Well, it's certainly alarming, right, to see something like this happening so close to our border. And we got to keep in mind, we have the busiest border crossing in the country right here in San Diego. And so we want to make sure that the violence down there does not come north of the border. We're working closely with our federal authorities, obviously, to try to share information, gather as much information as we can, as well as working with authorities south of the border. We have very good relationships down there. We want to make sure that we're sharing information that's needed to make sure we keep everything safe.
And that communication, sure, is always ongoing.
It is. It's really about having good relationships and sharing information. That's what's critical. We want to make sure do that in mind.
Got it. Okay, well, let's talk a little bit about the upgrades at Police Plaza. I have to be honest with you, I haven't been there since it was a Chargers training facility. So talk about what we did recently. How much did that cost?
Well, so there's a couple things. One, very bittersweet. As a lifelong Charger fan, to see them leave, I'm still not over it. But to get that facility as part of our police facilities now is really it's changing. It's 52 beautiful acres, and we have the opportunity now to put in the training facilities that we need to make sure that our department is a step ahead of the trends and issues that we're seeing out there, but making sure that our officers have the best equipment, the best training, and also a facility that focuses on their wellness as they go through a very challenging career.
And you mentioned the cost about everything.
Yeah, well, so we've been utilizing different funding sources during this tough budget crunch for the city. We've gone out to the Police Foundation, private donations. We've also secured, several years ago, a wellness grant of over $1 million. It's gone into a variety of different things, but we wanted to use some of that money to replicate the weight room that's in there. We wanted to restore the weight room, or I'm sorry, the front lobby. When you walk in, there's really a gateway into our organization. I think it was about $40,000 raised in the front lobby. It looks beautiful, and that's area with practice. Really a great plan for us to put in the training. I'm very proud of the team. We put together 2 field training teams. Now they started this month. We're going to be able to go out and start infusing current trends and best practices that are needed to do this job. And we're going to be able to implement it immediately. In the past, we've had 18-month training cycles. People don't understand that if today's world, things can change and pivot on a dime. If we have to wait another 18 months to implement a new best practice, that's far too long. The training teams we have now, we can implement it the next day. Start putting it into field training immediately. So very proud of what we've got up and running. Very, very excited about what the future holds for us. I like the path.
When it comes to the budget, let's talk about overtime really quickly. It was a $45 million allocation for overtime.
Yes.
That's actually within budget.
We're on budget. Yeah, it's important for people to understand fiscal responsibility has been a top priority for me. I want to make sure that our community, our city knows that they're getting what they pay for. Historically, we've gone over by 10, 15 million on our budget. We stuck to the budget this year. We did it by cutting about $7 million in overtime expenditures, and we did it without impacting response times, which is a remarkable feat. Our captains now are on a budget, they're sticking to it, and they're putting cops where they're needed most.
For some people, when they say $45 million in overtime, that sounds like a lot of money. Is that typically just how budgets work when it comes to public safety?
Great question. So our overtime budget includes a wide variety of overtime expenditures. All of our special events, so every single pottery game, every half marathon or marathon that comes through San Diego, any street fair, street event, we staff those with overtime officers. We also have overtime allocated for things like our concept team that comes out in the middle of the night, or our SWAT team that comes out. And then we also have it for patrol overtime. And in the past, we've gone over in those categories. We're on budget there. Where we are over budget, it's areas that is cost recoverable. So again, pottery games, we fully staff all the pottery games, pottery games for the service.
Hey, that's a great situation. The whole time, Puff Daddy didn't even know somebody was getting in his house. Is that
Looking
crazy?
ahead, is there anything else that?
That's
can
why
be
he had all
done
that baby oil.
To the police department, because the entire city has to figure out how we're
And
going.
he probably wasn't using it.
That's right. We are definitely.
Once he go to sleep at night, he just get a fresh bottle.
Try to carve out a path to
Cause he already knew.
make it all work. Very proud that we were able last year to do it.
He couldn't stop it. Couldn't figure it out
Got it, and awards.
till his time ran out.
With the city coming out, Chief Baldwin.
Get it delivered at Uber Eats. Come third. Los Romeos Pro, San Diego, they select but clinical trial on Tato, Bill, Fox, High, San Diego, produced Bill 55 minutes ago, for minutes 59 seconds, one of high or more. News, movies and taking, half 5 of 11, live, half 6 of 11, subscriptions, half 7 of 11. All walk the White House, Bethel Baptist, Pastor Melissa Scott, PhD, Pastor Logan.
How should we interpret that? You always say, give every man according to his work shall be his. Say, first of all, the first thing was the works that were referred to in John 5 or 6 was the work of faith. And that same focus. In using rhetoric, stiff-necked, rebellious, don't want to conform, don't want to listen to or read what's in this book, saints, that was arrogance. The argument is, should be no tithing. Both the parties said, but let them watch any argument you're going to make. You're going to argue. Be prepared to argue before. You better be ready to die yourself. Why did Paul say to the Corinthians now concerning the collection? It goes on to say, let each of you lay aside. But there be no collection right now. First day of the week, so that shows a repeated, reoccurring offering that is taken up. And he goes on to say, as the Lord has prospered. Let's talk about that prosperity.
Tell them, Pastor.
This where you go out, let's just say, get your home. Fix something. You are prosperous today, the stuff that you created. You know, that whole bit, after you take off pays here and there and pay this and that. Oh, look, here's my profit. $5. And make more than that. Based on what they trade. Poverty. Very exciting. So what was the prosperity of that day? After they laying aside whatever the offering was going to be for that first day of the week. What is prosperity then? I would describe prosperity as that, oh well, I had 5 sheep this week. Last week I only had 2. So after you take off the thing that you need to support your family, then nothing out of the way.
Boy, I don't know how I'm gonna work this, but I gotta figure it out. Ugh. to keep this stuff. Some of this stuff need to go through it. Can't get rid of nothing. Somebody going through my stuff. They rumbling through some stuff. It's crazy. Like I don't pay attention. I pay attention to everything. I wish I knew where in my paperwork, I got my certificates and everything. My certificates to for my ministry, going into the ministry. That's crazy. All this stuff is paperwork. Straight paperwork. I got bags of paperwork, containers of paperwork. Yeah. Oh. No more car cooties. Hey, shoot, I don't even do nothing in my car to get dirty. My car, hey, my house, nothing, I don't do nothing to do nothing to get dirty. And it'll amaze you the stuff I come up with. So it's pretty amazing. That's for sure. You put off your car. No, you know what it is? I just got I haven't had my phone for like a few months. It's crazy. So I've been locked out of everything, my email, my everything, YouTube, everything. I've been locked out of everything. So I started trying to just make some new stuff, but it ain't the same, but and then finally I've been begging them, like, you know, just stuff been getting mixed up, twisted. I lost a few different pages and emails, I think, like this too, because I other phones and stuff. So yeah, I didn't have nothing. I didn't even have no access to nothing. You know, they got to make it easier for you. Like, if you lose all your information, you should be able to go on Google Pay, put your credit card in, your driver's license, and let you right back in your system. You know what I mean? They should have that. This is crazy. I don't know. It's crazy, man. But I can look at my body. I feel my body. I feel it. You know what I mean? Like, I feel the. Oh, what it should have been, huh? No, I'm not, man. They trying to, man. You know, I swear to God, Bible right there. Headquarters right there. But look, what were we talking about? Let's see. Oh, I swear to God, right? God be my witness, because I don't have a witness. I've been trying to use my YouTube. Oh man, they letting me know. They having fun with me. They done did all kind of stuff. I told her, like, I wish you could see my teeth. Like, they've been going all around my on the inside too, though. I'm like, wow, what the heck? Hey, they put stuff all on my floor. I wiped down my floor. Hey, I make sure I scrub out my sandals before I even put them on. I got them in there clean, ready. After I get out the bathtub, I can put them on though. But I gotta do that. That's crazy. That's weird, ain't it? But it's now. You know what's crazy? You'll see people doing that at different places, or you see them doing different things, and you just never think about it, and they never say nothing about it. You know, and nobody never knows, right? But I think back all the stuff I've been going through and seeing, or they were hoping for me to make some theatrical thing out of it because it's been so disrespectful. I don't even know how to answer to it because it's just like, wow, I can't believe the stuff they doing to me. Like, I'm like, why is this God? Like, yeah, I got a nice little place to live in. Now, why is somebody getting in my house now? You know what I mean? God, you know what I mean? Why I can't stop it? Why is it happening and it's like it's not happening? Like, what is this about? What's the whole purpose to that? It's always a purpose to the devil's tricks for sure. You ain't got to worry about that. You know, you ain't got to worry about the devil's tricks. The devil's tricks, oh Lord, he coming full force with all the mess, right? So all you can do is just try to avoid that. That's all you can do, truthfully. That's it. Yeah, I need y'all to help me. Y'all want to help me keep the church open? I'm gonna give y'all a walkthrough. You know, the whole church. But it's unreal. You know, I really don't understand, but I never understand. And I'll be like, well, what's God's plan here? You know, what is this about? Because I'm not knowing. I know I need to come out there to Miami. No, not really. I should be. You know, I know how. You know, I know how to live normal. Just like even when I ride in my car and been driving for years and go and park and get some rest in my car, it ain't, it real well, you know what? Probably the whole time they was doing it. They was hitting me the whole time, really. But because I was always short when I think about it. Oh, it was ugly when I think about it. Yes, indeed it was. Yeah, gotta understand what's going on around here, man. This thing it's the devil's tricks, man. That's what's going on. The devil's tricks. Yeah, I'm gonna put the Cash App up, see if y'all can help. Anything helps, you know. You know, uh, 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 we only got the VS1 collection Cash App right now. I'm trying to get in all my different emails and everything, man. I'm all messed up. Oh, it messed me all up. But it keep doing it. So I'm keep putting different numbers and different like I'm just like somebody getting in this house, but look, the same day I moved in was the same day I was like, man, with my PO box, right? I'm like, man, I'm gonna just go ahead and basically, you know, it's crazy is the couch is facing that way, right? So
I'm laying back, but this is the back part of the couch. Look, or is that crazy? So, yeah, that's why I'm like this. I wish, but the phone is like on the wall. But more car. Yeah, you gotta get it right. But I've been out of commission for a couple months. Is that crazy? A couple months. I've been trying to download everything. I've got all kind of different people to email and all kind of crazy stuff. But they mess. I just only yesterday I just was able to get online or get to where I can even check an email, put it like that. I got a whole nother email, but it's crazy because you got to have like a Gmail or a Yahoo or something, you got to have that. Like, you can't do it from your website email. And so a lot of stuff don't accept that. And then it's been weird every time I've set up a company email for my businesses and stuff like VS1 Collections at Gmail just vanished. Somebody just stole it from me. I had all kind of resources on there, man. People I had been emailing back and forth, do work for me and stuff like that. Different designers and stuff I wanted to use. It's crazy. Yeah, yeah, but so it's kind of crazy.
Shout out, Robert, Raven. Shout out to Cool Uncle. You Cool Uncle. I'm Cool Uncle too, dog.
This was the first day though, second day, I laid out some paperwork and the fool say, hey, the dude say he told me exactly what was in your house. This dude, right, he say, hey, the dude's like, he already knew what was in your house, your paperwork. I'm like, what? But I didn't know what he was talking about, right? I didn't even read it. But I heard it. I did hear what he said. But I was like, yeah, it's crazy. I just wanted to see if this really would work. Or is it working or is it not working? It's even unplugged right now. I wanted to see if it'll work. And it's been working perfectly fine with no problem. So you can't tell me somebody ain't cutting the camera off at night. That's a trip. But they letting it be known they coming in my house. Oh, they spraying stuff all in my face. I just scrub my face though, but I'm talking like I need to shave. But that's every day. I hate shaving every day. Every day I gotta shave. Look, every day. That's crazy. Huh? No more cars. I'm sleeping like he worked for a whole year straight. I didn't work like 50 years straight. Literally.